Alright. Hello. Are we all here? Let me check. We're waiting on Hannah. It's like,
And I'm booting it up right now. I woke her up from a nap, so she may be a little sleepy, but she's booting up right now.
Are we all present and available?
I believe so.
Yes.
All right. If we're all present and ready, then let's get into our recap.
All right, I guess I can take the recap this week. Let's see. Okay, so we open up down in the sewers still, heading towards the suspected location for the Myconid colony. As we're moving through, we could start coming across more and more creatures. Eventually, I'm guessing one of us does something to piss them off because they essentially start attacking us. We manage to defeat the majority of the creatures. A few of them kind of run away and we let them go, and then we keep moving through the sewers. We eventually come to what we discover is an old sovereign's nest, and across a chasm basically with a couple ropes strung across. Aspen makes her way across to the nest, and it also looks like it also serves as a graveyard as well for prior explorers. She makes her way inside and discovers 3 corpses in various states of decay. The first one she discovers a book in the satchel that she, due to a failed check, we'll just say she doesn't have time to read, she just puts away. The second one has a note that reads, Lord Greywater was right. The relic doesn't want to be found, it wants to be fed. So kind of ominous on that one. And then the third corpse, which was also still partially alive, but Aspen cuts it free and it dies. And as it does, it kind of shoots out several pieces of loot that Aspen picks up. As Aspen turns to leave the nest, we feel some rumbling from deep within the chasm, and as we all start leaving, Soot sends the drift globe down there to take a look what's moving around down there, and it is a massive, massive carrion crawler, which comes up out of the chasm as we're trying to leave. Everyone is moving towards the exit, but Aspen decides to go ahead and start attacking the creature, pulling us all into a fight with it. We managed to slay the giant creature, thankfully without too many of us getting in trouble. I think actually Aspen is the only one who got in any trouble. She got paralyzed. Let's see, we spent some time trying to harvest different ingredients from the corpse with extremely mild success. We did not roll very well. And then as we're getting ready to actually leave, Fazir spots this glowing sack within the corpse, and is able to remove it and remove what's inside, which turns out to be the Corsair's Veilstone Relic, which is a wondrous level item or artifact. Sienna also discovers a secret compartment in a chest containing several items that I didn't write down individually. And then we close out the session with making our way back to the surface, and that we leveled up to level 7, and that's where we are.
Alright. Take 1d6, or now it'll be 1d8 of inspiration. And hang on. Okay. Alright, so we open up as you have emerged. And you make your way through Brinehold. After emerging and leveling up, which I'm sure you all have done. It is roughly around 5 p.m. or so in Brinehold by the time you break surface, so what do you wish to do?
Did we attempt to turn in these bounties, or should we just go call it a night and do it in the morning?
I think we should have time to be able to turn in the bounties and turn in the jobs and then go celebrate finishing jobs. Surviving.
Is Jonas still with us? Well, not Jonas. Yeah. No. Is it Jonas?
He's still there.
Let me see what was the exact jobs they were.
Would messaging work on him?
He's considered a creature, yeah.
I would like to message Jonas and ask him, is this relic worth keeping, or should it be destroyed or lost to the void? I didn't mean for that to rhyme.
You're talking about the Veilstone artifact, right?
Yes, sir. I think I remember him saying something about needing it should be gotten rid of.
Let's see if he knows anything. He looks around. Why not? Not sure why you're asking me, really. A severed hand? Sure, let's consult the undead relic about the other undead relic.
Always
But-
been
Seeing as I'm stuck here, I'd say you've got two choices. You either hide it, or no one will ever find it, or you figure out what it wants before it decides for you.
I'll message again. Is there a way I can do that safely? Like, it's in the bag of holding now, and from what I can glean from it, I don't want it to really be in my presence.
Well, There is a rather uncomfortable option, but it will be an effective and safe option. Although I'm not sure what she will do with it once you bring it to her. There's a keeper of all things ancient and secret and dark and such natures. There's a black market of sorts in Brinehold called Tidevale Hollow, and you could take it to Madame Salt. And I'm sure she would be ecstatic to accept this from you.
Well, thank you for your insight. I'll have to think on this.
Yes, she has an arcane vault. She typically stores relics in for many of the pirates that frequent the underworkings of Brinehold. I personally hope I never see her again, but she will lock something away effectively until she sees a use for it, I'm sure, or someone comes along and she sees value in trade, perhaps. But we don't even know everything about this relic that you found. I don't know what its true value is, so who knows if she will even accept it, but she would be where I would take it. I wouldn't trust it in the hands of nobles or anyone up here on the surface of Brinehold.
I'll try to seek her out tomorrow. See if anybody else wants to come along. But thank you again for your insight.
But I do think we have time to turn in the 2 jobs to the Brinehold Council and head to the Crimson Galleon Tavern and just turn those jobs in. And then go get dinner, drink, and sleep.
I can get jiggy with that.
Probably twice as fast if we split up. So you have to go to Brinehold Council and tell them we cleared out the nest. And then someone goes to Merchant Derek at the Crimson Galleon Tavern. I think they were relatively close to each other, but we just want to divide and conquer, then meet up at the Salty Siren.
But whoever wanted to get the information, just go back.
I think it was Aspen and Taven that went to the Crimson Galleon Tavern, and
It was Ezekiel and Forkuppa who went to the council.
yeah.
We want to have dinner in that fish market or like at the tavern? Or the heroes' little pavilion out in front of the stadium?
With the fancy ramen.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be fun to celebrate there. I think it'd be cool. Says a special treat for clearing a dungeon.
Alright, so you're making your way to the Pearl Spire Hall to turn in the pest problem in the sewers quest?
Yes, and the one who originally went was Ezekiel and Forkuppa. So if we just want the same people who acquired the jobs from the people would just be the ones to go turn them in. So it's the same people.
Okay.
Well, yeah, more people can go, but just so it's the same people who accepted.
Alright, so... Alright, they're on their way to Master Quillwright. What is everyone else doing?
And then at least Aspen's gonna head to the Crimson Galleon Tavern to turn in the Murky Depths Hidden Treasures one.
Okay.
Because was the chest that Sienna found, is that the same chest that they were talking about? Because I don't know if we ever clearly got the treasure chest that they were talking about.
I believe that was it. I think it is. It seems right.
Sienna, can I have the chest?
A
Or
lot
the
of what,
contents of the chest?
yeah, a lot of what you found was, there were some, yeah, stuff in the chest, but
I think I said just to put it in the bag of holding, or if I still have it, I'll hand it over, but yeah.
Do you remember specifically, Anna, what was in that chest? Or do we just say treasure
I
chest?
think it's in the chat somewhere. We scroll up far enough.
Looking through.
I made pizza dip. I think it's ready. Ooh, it looks good. Okay,
There's all
for-
the.
for brevity's sake, we'll do the... For brevity's sake, we'll go ahead and turn in the pest problem. 100 GP plus 10 for each nest cleared, I believe. And there were 3 nests.
Hey! That was a random guess.
So that's 130 GP to whoever turned it in. Whoever's there turning it in, you guys can divide up the gold however you want.
For a couple, she's saying she's gonna throw it in the bag of holding for right now, just for a party fund. For
Yep.
Yeah.
There's no use talking to Master Quillwright, but his he does have one of his assistants there who stay overnight and so forth to accept quests and reward appropriately. He doesn't need to be there for that, so his assistant, tiefling gentleman, is helping you out and paying you out what was promised on the notice board. I believe that's all. I believe that's everything he promised you.
130 total.
So 130 GP. And then we got Murky Depths, Hidden Treasures. Okay, and this one will be at the Crimson Galleon, so you go to see Merchant Derek for that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and who's going to see him?
Definitely Aspen.
Okay.
Because I accepted the job in the first place. I don't know. I think Taven was also there, and then just anyone else who wants to tag along.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tag along and see if I can overhear anything about this Tidevale Hollow.
So is it the in the chest was the 3 gemstones and the rusted iron key? Is that what was in the chest and the map and?
Yeah, I just found it.
No,
I
that's
copied it.
not-
I was gonna repaste it, but I think that's what it is.
That's what was in the chest.
Oh shoot, I
Okay.
messed that up. Well, I think I did that right.
I just want to confirming that I'm getting the right. We're talking about the right stuff.
I think this is what was in it.
Yeah, it was the dagger, a dirk. More specifically, it was 3 items: the map, the dirk. I actually forgot what the 3rd item was. The map is very important. So as long as you bring that. Okay. All right. So you go to the Crimson Galleon Tavern, or
Mhm.
just let me know when you're ready if you have everything
I will.
together.
I'm ready for when you're ready.
Okay. So you go to the Crimson Galleon Tavern, and it's quite busy. So business is starting to pick up. However, you do see Mr. Derrick is over sort of at a corner table, sort of a corner round table, and he's sitting there by himself. He has this large like tome open in front of him and a quill and ink next to him, and a separate quill which is kind of blue, and the inkwell is has this sort of deep purple glow to it. And you walk up and he greets you. Well, that was very fast. Very, very fast. And don't tell me you're back already to get your reward.
Yes, we are. We're a very efficient team.
And are you the only one living, or?
No, I've got Kazoo here, and we're just getting other errands done around the town.
Ah, I see.
But no,
Okay.
we all survived.
So what happened? What does it look like down there now? You have to feel me in. And he snaps his finger, and the blue quill lifts up arcanely, and it begins to write down. It's beginning to copy what you say into another tome just off to the side next to the bigger tome.
That's the thing. I thought you said like he snapped at me, and I was gonna snap back at him. But never mind.
No,
It's
no,
magic
no,
from
it
the
was-
quill that it was.
No, it was a very small, subtle snap, not up in the air, just over to the side, like a very small, like
Little magic
almost,
thing for the quill. Yeah.
yeah, just a
Okay,
very almost an inaudible snap. He did it off to the side. He didn't point a
Right.
snap at anybody. Yeah.
Well, it was very darkened. Description was accurate, murky, and there was a bunch of rats. There was, so yeah. For simple, just like describing the little combats we had, and then when we got to the Mike colony, there was a bunch of little shit adolescents. I tried to be nice. They were not, and so we cleared out those, and then finding the graveyard and all that, and then it's like, and then this giant worm like it came out that we defeated, that petrified, that terrified, or words paralyzed, that paralyzed me. But being such a good cohesive party, we defeated it, and that was what was infesting the sewers. But it's all cleared out now.
As you explain and describe the details of your adventure, the magic quill actually does its best to illustrate what you're talking about, like the giant carrion crawler with the myconid infestation seemingly being the central part of it.
Mhm.
Do you tell him about the Veilstone artifact that was extracted from him? Or do you? How detailed do you go into it with him?
No, I would not tell him about the artifact.
Okay, so he looks around. So after you defeated this giant carrion crawler, it all just started to disintegrate. I wonder. Hopefully the air isn't filled with those spores anymore. I guess we'll have to give it a day or so to let it air out, just to be safe, before I send a team down there. But
Seemed like everything was retreating back or not, was clearing out, and since it seemed that the giant carrion crawler was its life force between all the infestations, since that died, it seemed everything was shriveling up and dying. So yeah, in a day or two it should be relatively safe.
I see. Well, it looks like you brought the items, in fact, which were deeply hidden within one of the nests. There's no way you could have gotten this out without eliminating them, so
Yep.
I'll take your word for it, and I think I'll know where to find you in case you lied. We'll be going down to examine the area, of course, tomorrow, but I believe you, and I suppose you should be rewarded for this. Now the map here, seems to be incomplete, but if you could find some way to restore this map entirely, it would, rumor has it, it would direct you to a vault, one of the Corsairs' vaults. And supposedly that is within the vast sewer system under Brinehold as well. I've never seen the vault myself, so who knows if it's even a real thing. But if you are able to find the vault that the Corsair pirates used, I'm sure there would be a lot of treasure in there. You can keep that part of the map and seek out their vault at your own discretion.
Well, thank you for your generosity.
Well, no, thank you for clearing out the sewers. This is now we can actually turn the storeroom into something useful for the city. So you've done a tremendous service to us. I suppose you'll be wanting some sort of monetary reward for your heroics.
What we agreed upon is keeping what we found in the map, so for all intents and purposes we've both fulfilled our side of it, but if you feel so inclined, I'm not going to say no, but it's not necessary.
He looks around. Well, I'll tell you what. Sounds fair to me. He marks off the. There's actually a notice board next to him in the tavern that he runs, and he goes ahead and removes the Murky Depths Hidden Treasure sort of public posting off of it.
Mm-hmm.
If anything else, well, if I don't know how to really say this. If anything else comes around, if you need some more work, just come see me. Be happy to employ you all again for your services. It was fast, efficient, and I'll put in a good word for you to any of the others around here that may be looking to give you money for their problems.
That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
He nods. Can I at least get you at least a round of drinks on the house before you leave? Just as a move of hospitality. If not, that's fine. You may, you are certainly dismissed. You've kept up your end of it. You don't have to stay.
Because the last time someone offered drinks and got transported to a dungeon, so nothing against you, but just nothing personal against you, but just past experiences have left some of us traumatized.
Ah, I understand. I understand. Don't accept drinks from strangers. Smart policy. Well, hopefully I'll be seeing you around then.
Yeah, and then just go to shake his hand and be like, "Yep, thank you very much."
Okay, he shakes your hand and wishes you farewell.
Alright, then yep, saying farewell, and gonna leave and head to. I think we said the where we're gonna go to the place with the vendors with the fun fancy foods. Trying to find the thing for it. The festivals area. Yes, the
I'll remove the murky. I'll remove that one from the thing. Murky Depths quest from the handout.
oh yeah, like the festivals, eats and drinks things. Going to the festival area near the Coliseum.
That's where you're gonna go there to eat.
Yeah, I think that's where we said.
Festival eats and drinks. Those vendors. Okay.
Yeah. Celebration and fun.
Okay. So yeah, you see you do see and whether it's only taking you about an hour to cross Breinhold because most of the public are down around the Coliseum areas, and there's actually a few sporting events taking place in the Coliseum, but very non-lethal sort of things. So there are some like in the matter of um, like racing events and so forth that are taking place in the Coliseum today. So that's you hear the roar of a massive crowd in the Coliseum as they seem to be enjoying some sort of entertainment on the inside. However, due to that, many of the people that live in Breinhold and most of the public are outside at the vendors, and it's definitely packed. So yeah, it seems very, very busy near the vendors. However, you are able to get to them without much of a problem. But it is there's a lot of people around.
Question.
Yep.
So when Ezekiel and Forkuppa are coming back from the council, to reconvene at the vendors, can Ezekiel stop off at like the nearest quest board to see if there's any new quests posted?
Yeah, hang on. Oh yeah, I'm gonna edit the notice board real quick. Gotta get the rat problem off of there. Okay. In addition to the ones that you see on the Breinhold notice board handout, there are a few minor requests like, can you come walk my dog for 10 gold pieces? It's true. Hey, that's a good point. You met a noble, and she was a dragon rider. How cool is that? But yeah, there are. I'll put some of those on there. But there's some like that are on there.
Going into Aspen's gonna see Ezekiel looking at the notice board like, we just finished a job. Let's just sit, celebrate, eat, drink, and be merry, and chill. We're not all robots. We need rest. We need to rest.
Ezekiel will turn to Aspen and he'll say, well, we can rest, but it's always good to keep busy when you're doing stuff, especially when there's money involved. And he'll turn back to the notice board.
Are you short on money? Do you need some?
No. Money isn't of huge importance to me, so...
So is your motherboard just on its productive setting? Do we need to switch it to its rest setting? Is there a button we push for that?
He'll turn and he'll do air quotes. He'll be like, "You will not touch my motherboard," and he'll do air quotes around motherboard, and he'll turn back to the thing.
Okay, I'm gonna add some of the minor quests at the bottom here. Space it out a little bit. Alright, yeah, so it'll be below quest number 6. I'm updating the handout now. You might have to close it and reopen it.
Yeah, Aspen's gonna be like, you, dude. I'm gonna go get some rotten vegetables. That sounds really good right now.
Rotten vegetables. Alright. You know, I wonder if some of the rotten food would still have some of their magic properties. That's a good question.
Or like an amalgam of one or two.
Yeah. Yeah, or a different property maybe? I don't know. Let me see. The good news is there are sort of trash cans everywhere, and there are a lot of the Breinhold Navy around, sort of trying to keep the peace where the traffic is so high near the Coliseum. But there's several people digging through the trash, as you can see throughout. Like, it's not a popular thing, but as you guys have sort of, you hang out in the area long enough, you'll see somebody digging through the trash for something. There is a lot of food, like uneaten food in there that you can go for if you want to.
So sorry. Can you say it again? Sarah was talking to me.
No, just saying there are trash cans around, and there's food that people have half eaten and thrown away, spread throughout. You can go through if you wish.
Alright, Aspen's gonna go to the one and then dig to the very bottom of one. Face versus turn to go try to get to the bottom of one.
Okay, so you sort of dig, and you go as deep as you can to find possibly the oldest bit of slop you can manage, and you do find like a it's sort of let's see, what would this be? This would be half-eaten herb-crusted roast boar.
Rotten meat, even better.
Yeah, it's you can tell it's been sitting out for a while, probably for a few hours.
Perfect.
Of course, it's covered in other trash and hair, so perfect.
Perfect. It's got some seasoning on it. And then Aspen's gonna go find just like a big enough table or an area for the party to fit, and then just go start eating.
Okay. All right. Aspen arrives with her trash and begins to eat.
I'll probably get my Tidewalker seafood ramen and sub the squid for miso for a little extra. Drop the 20 gold and go sit down with it.
Okay. Very well.
Or David joins them, he's gonna head over to the blacksmith.
Okay. All for your fan.
Ezekiel wants to, instead of sitting and eating, he wants to head out and do the dog walking quest. He wants to start making his way over there. To old man Bertram.
Okay, so you make your way down to the docks. It'll take you roughly 25 minutes to get there on foot, so you just sort of stroll down there, and you see a few people sort of out and about. It's a little less traffic, but there is there is a boat that is kind of like a smaller houseboat, sitting sort of docked off to the side, not on one of the major like naval ship docks, but one of the smaller docks, like the personal ones. And you see sort of you do see an old man fitting the description, sort of sitting on his houseboat. He will sort of look around, and he's just sort of looking around and not really paying much attention to his surroundings. And you see next to him, there's a hound dog next to him.
I guess I'll walk up to him and I'll say, "Greetings, are you Bertram?" And he'll hold up the... Is it like a contract or just like a piece of paper that just is like a notice thing? He'll just hold up that piece of paper that says it.
Like a thin, it's just like a piece of parchment. So you
Okay.
hold that up, and he goes, "Oh, well, you're so kind. I didn't think anyone would be willing to come do this for me. Hang on just a second." And he gets up very slowly and goes to get a harness to put around Tully. Yes, he doesn't. You don't have to walk him for long. It's just my knees are killing me, and I can't. It's hell for me to even get out of the boat anymore.
Well, then I'm happy I'm able to do you this favor.
Oh, you're very kind. And he hands you the leash, and the hound sort of looks up at you and sort of wags his tail and stands up and begins to follow you. Go on, Tully. Go on. The old man Bertram sort of urges him.
Okay, I guess Ezekiel will start walking Tully, just, I guess, a couple laps around the docks, and then he'll eventually make his way back to Bertram.
Okay.
Make a strength check to see if you can control the dog.
Animal handling check because
That's animal.
because Tully sees a few cats and tries to run and attack them. You start to get the suspicion that no wonder old man Bertram wants someone else to walk Tully, because he probably behaves like this, and you probably can't keep him. Oh, nice. So you actually are able to keep a solid grip on Tully, and he doesn't he doesn't break loose from the leash and go chase the cat. So you are able to carry out the task without losing the dog, and you bring Tully back, and he pays you 2 silver. I've got some stew if you're hungry, he says.
Ezekiel will hold his hand up and be like, "No, thank you, it's okay." He'll pull out a gold coin from his pocket and set it on the guy's lap, and he'll say, "It was a pleasure walking your dog. Thank you." And he'll turn and walk away.
He'll smile and pocket the gold piece. Well, please come back if you notice I've posted anything else. Very well. All right, so you walked the dog.
Hashtag redeemed. Let's go.
Yep. So you're able to walk the dog for the kind gentleman. And you're, I guess, on your way back to the festival area.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will, once I get there, I'll just kind of sit down and, I guess, wait for everyone else to reconvene so we can plan what we do next.
Okay. All right. Taven is on his way to the blacksmith. Let's handle that. I don't think it was Fizgear's place. I think this was a different blacksmith. Let's see.
Wasn't it the Tinker blacksmith?
Was it? I think it was actually, yeah. Because you guys were all kind of there. No, it wasn't Fizgear, because that's the Wondrous guy. The Wondrous finds. It was...
I'm in the Tides Tinker vendor.
Not Kelgrim. Kelgrim's the Master Forge person.
Rommel Gearfoot.
It was the Tournament of Tides Tinker, Gromwick, right? Yeah. So, you go to Gromwick, and, was it Gromwick? I don't know. I don't think it was. Let me see, I'm trying to find the list. I had a handout for this. It might have been Fizgear's. Actually, I think it was Fizgear's, because that's where you guys inquired about the venom sheaths and stuff like that. I don't know if that was the same place, though.
If it's the same place that we commissioned Sip's quiver, probably then, yeah.
Okay, I've got it here. All right, cool. All right, so Taven, you make your way to the blacksmith, and he does appear to still be open. It's not too late in the evening, of course.
David will approach and he will, from his bag, pull out the core and set it down on the counter.
This is the Myconid.
The Myconid core.
He looks, well, you're quite capable. Not that I had any doubt. But, I guess the rumors were true. There were a Myconid infestation in the sewers.
Indeed.
I see. So, I guess you're wanting, the fan, modified with the properties of the core, correct?
No, I don't want my current fan modified, no.
The new one.
We want a whole new one.
You had the new one commissioned and for him to craft before, while you were gone, right?
Right.
Okay, and of course he made it able to be modified, arcanely in other words. So it should be able to house whatever he can do with it. So yeah, sure. All right, he looks at it, and first he shows you the fan. It's a very, very nice in its craft. He looks at it. Okay, let's see. So he sort of looks over it, and the core is sort of pulsing as he looks over it. There's a chance I'm not sure what it will do exactly upon binding, so I guess we'll find out together. I know it won't be dangerous, though. I mean, as far as explosions or anything like that.
Very well.
These things aren't just lifeless hunks of fungus, but, tell me, do you want it to just make your blade sharper, or do you want something more alive from it?
What do you mean by alive?
Let's see. He says, it was within his capability first. What I mean is, the core ain't dead, right? It's still got something inside of it. life, perhaps a memory, a will. If I just grind it down and bind it to the fan, it'll work like any other enchantment, strengthening the blades and maybe release spores when you swing it, standard stuff. But if you want to let the core grow into the weapon, then we're talking about something like a living weapon. Perhaps it can develop organic traits, such as a mind of its own. Or perhaps it could grow with the bond that you have with it. As your bond grows with the weapon, its properties will also grow and mutate, in other words. Or you could have some sort of symbiotic relationship with it if you wish. It can take something from you in order to give itself strength, and vice versa. It could give you properties of it to strengthen yourself.
I don't know that I want symbiosis necessarily, but
I could provide you a list if you wish of things that I can do and let you decide.
very well.
Right, and it's in the chat there.
I think let's give it life. Let's give it the ability to grow.
The Spore Walker.
No. Let's give it sapience.
Sapience. Okay. Alright. So you bring the core to him and he says, if you return by tomorrow evening, I'll have it ready for you since we're just doing the sapience. Let's see. Yes, let's see, I think I can do it. You've already paid for the fan itself, so they'll take the cost out of that, and you've brought me the materials, so no need for me to pay for that necessarily. We'll call this a Veil Bloom fan. But if it starts whispering your own damn name in the dark, please don't take it out on me. He sets the core into this rune-inscribed metal mold, positioning the craft warfan over as he works. The core pulses, almost responding. The thin, thread-like tendrils of fungal growth weaving into the fan's edges. By tomorrow I'll have it done, and the assimilation will be completed. And he will explain to you all the stats. Let's see. He'll go ahead and give you a stat sheet about what this sapient weapon, the Velbloom fan. I'll post the stats here and I'll post in a handout and share it to you so you can read it here in a bit. But he goes ahead and starts getting to work. And since you've brought him the materials, let's see, already paid for the fan, so he says 80 gold pieces. Does that sound okay?
Very well. He will lay down the gold pieces on the counter, and he will also pull out both of his size. Is there anything you can do with these?
He looks at your size. Well, not due to their sort of weight and stature, but I can maybe sharpen them for you. They don't look as if they're ready to house any sort of enchantments, but I can take them and modify them for such use if you wish.
And in the meantime, can you sharpen them to increase damage on them?
Wait, say that again. You're cut out.
Can you increase or strengthen them or sharpen them in order to increase their damage?
I could certainly sharpen them to increase their damage for a period of time. Not permanently, unfortunately. For that, you would have to see a wizard.
Is there one in the city that can do that?
Oh, yes, of course. I would... Well, I'm not typically supposed to tell anyone this, but, something like this would be, Madame Salt's expertise, and you can find her in the Tide, wherever it is, the Tidevale Hollow. But I didn't tell you this. But if you go to the Tidevale Hollow, the sort of a black market in Brimstone, you could get it done for cheaper. Possibly
David
through
will pull out a map
Madame Salt.
and put it on the table. Point me in the direction. Where is she located?
Well, the last time I was there, you can get there by going under the docks, and he'll point to an area underneath the docks. However, you'll have to wait until a shift change. That way, you have a window of opportunity to get under the docks without the Navy spotting you. Once you get under the docks, there's a doorway that is concealed by invisible ink. You're going to need to offer it just a bit of blood in order for it to open. Like, just enough, like maybe a small prick of the finger. And you have to write your name in the blood on the door.
Well, if that's what I must do, then Taven will say that he will see him when the fan is complete. In the meantime, that is where he is off to. And he will pick up and go.
Very well.
Are there shaded parks around guess, pavilion of heroes? Or...
I'm sorry, are there what around the pavilion there?
Shaded parks.
Shaded
open
parks?
areas. Grasses, trees, flowers.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, there are areas like that, and there are some that have like a central fountain that sort of just sort of jettisoning water as fountains do. There's one to the south of the Coliseum, a couple of blocks away, and then to the western area of the vendors, there's about 3 blocks away, there's another park there.
Would like to go to each of them to see which one's the least occupied.
Okay. Let's see. The one to the west of the Coliseum doesn't seem to be as populated as the one that's a bit closer. So that one, it's larger for one, and there's as you sort of walk over there and gaze around the park, you see quite a few empty sort of park benches and tables that are set up and so on, but around the fountain area there doesn't seem to be anybody, but there are a few couples of people sort of walking around the park off quite some distance away from the fountain. It's not as populated though. You look around, you think that it looks to be at least maybe 5 people walking around the park just aimlessly. There's a few that are just kind of sitting there in the grass with each other, so...
Is there an area somewhat out of the way that's large enough to house that?
Yeah, it's just 10-foot radius. So yeah, there's plenty of places you can cast that.
I kind of want to go and do that, and then enter. Like no one can come in, but I want to set the artifact on the ground, and I want to be 15 feet away from it on the other side of the tent, and then I want to cast detect magic on it.
Okay, so the tiny hut is like an oval, kind of like you're inside of a big orb. You can't cast spells through the hut on the item, if that's what you're trying to do. If you're in the hut, you can, I think.
Yeah.
So
like if we're both inside the hut, like it's on one side, and I rush to the other side to get some distance between it and I. But we're still in the hut.
Yeah, if you and the item are in the hut, I think you should be able to. Let me check. Spell ends if you leave the area. Okay, you're not leaving. Okay. Or for passing through, spells can't extend through the dome or be cast through it. Okay, so yeah, you can cast within the dome. So yeah, you so you're casting detect magic on the Veilstone artifact then?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're sort of in the protection of your tiny hut. No one can see you once you're inside of it anyways. And you take out the artifact, and you cast detect magic on it.
I kind of just like roll it like a bowling ball outside of the bag of holding that ends it.
Okay, let me see if I can bring this thing up. Where is it? Veilstone Relic.
That's the only reason why I took that spell.
All right. Let's see. All right. Okay, so as you cast Detect Magic, your eyes sort of glow with arcane power as your vision shifts into the arcane spectrum. Kind of like an arcane Tony Stark sort of thing. And the Veilstone's deeper mysteries come to the surface. You find immediately an unclassified school of magic, known as Veil Magic and Primordial Arcana. The magic is ancient, raw, beyond modern classification, and it does not resonate with any current standard magic discipline. So it's not just enchanted, it is fundamentally unnatural. And the arcane threads that are woven into it do not follow standard spellcraft. The properties that you uncover indicate that the relic is dormant for now. It is not exerting its full power, but it's not inert either. You feel a strange resistance, as if something is waiting. Also, it is not a singular artifact. Its aura does not end at the stone itself. There are faint, invisible tethers, as if it's linked to something elsewhere. So you think it's probably part of a greater whole. There's residual energy also leaking from it. It's tiny, imperceptible fragments of energy that are drifting from the relic. They do not dissipate into the air like normal magic residue would. Instead, they flow, drawn to an unseen, sort of an unseen direction, which sort of ends, because you're within the tiny hut. It sort of ends on the inside of the hut, like the walls of the hut. But you feel like you feel more of a compass pointing in a certain direction, but it sort of is stopped by one of the walls of the hut, as if it's seeking connection. You can tell that if you were to hold it, its arcane signature would be altered, as it responds to living beings, adapting or synchronizing with them, perhaps assimilating. Holding it for an extended period of time may awaken deeper properties within.
Do I know anything of trying to attune to something like this?
Arcana check, DC 20. Nice. So, you catch a faint echo, a ripple in the arcane weave. It confirms that it is a fragment of something much greater. Attuning to it, another matter, but let me see here. As you attempt to learn more, you do hear some whispers come across the threads. Not whole. Not meant to be here. And he waits. You hear these whispers. Let's see.
jotting all this down.
No, it's okay. I'm going, trying to go a little bit slower when I unload some of this stuff. So you learn that the relic can be attuned, but not very easy. Okay, it doesn't function like a standard magic item that is built in Forlonde. The process of attuning would be different, more like a bonding ritual than simple attunement. Attuning to the relic would not just grant abilities, but it would connect you to something else. It requires a willing acceptance. So what that means is you have to actively allow it to take hold. And it doesn't want just anybody. It wants someone compatible. So it could refuse to allow you to attune to it. It would also not be passive. It would definitely have a deeper impact on the wielder over time. You would begin to experience shifts in reality, in the form of dreams, visions, and subtle alterations in your perception. May influence your instincts as well, maybe steering you towards its purpose.
Sounds awfully venom to me.
So the attunement, you get the sense that it's not something easily or fully reversible. It may demand more than expected, and you're not
Take
sure
more
what it
than
truly
expected.
wants. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And take more than it is expected as well.
You think so, yeah. Like for example, if you were to attune to it, it would probably symbiotically assimilate to you and pull you towards its purpose. It seems like it's trying to go back somewhere.
I attempt to cast a message to speak to the whisperers and ask for just clarification in general, or maybe guidance.
Okay, so you try to cast message on it. So you focus, bending the power of the vein to your will. The magic takes hold, but instead of simply delivering your words to it, something pushes back. What
With
did you?
force or gently?
Well, from here you'll have to explain what your message is to the whispers. What are you asking or saying to it?
Like, where am I supposed to go to meet who is waiting? And how am I supposed to find the hole? I'm just trying to, like, with the answers that I possibly get, I'm going to be able to try to piece together good or evil intent, or even just neutral intent.
So your questions are where do I go to make you whole?
Yeah. And who am I meeting when you are whole?
What will happen when you are whole? That's another good one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick while I pull up his other notes. My assistant is loading up the other notes right now. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. No, y'all are just...
Hakuna Matata. Nature calls. You gotta answer.
Well, it's a major... Well, I mean, it's a major plot weapon as well. Or plot item, not weapon. All right. All right. So. So it's like so the way you experience it, it's like knocking on a door that was like halfway open already when your spell makes contact. There's no voice at first. Only silence.
Is there a way to convey like my intent or like how I'm aligned, or whether like put him at ease or whoever's at the other end put him at ease or like put him on alert?
You hear those three things from the whispers. The veil thins. You would ask what you're not prepared to hear. Why do you call into the dark? And then that's where you would be then asking. That's what you're met with when you ask your questions. And you feel an odd sensation as if something is aware of you now. In order to get your messages through, I need you to make another Arcana check so you can open the door all the way. DC 22. Sheesh.
Yeah.
So the door will stay sort of halfway open. In response to where you go, you hear a long silence. And then you hear the sunken place. The drowned vault. Beneath where the tides do not rest. You do not go. You are brought. In response to what will happen when you are whole, the wound will open, the weight will lift, the veil will break. That which waits will awake. That which was taken will return. And you feel as if you're on the edge of it showing you a vision. However, your
The will is not a tie.
yeah, the Arcana check is just leaving you sort of at its at the mercy of its words. So right now you're only able to, as of right now it seems like you're only able to get the whispers out of it, but you can tell if you just push a little harder, you might be able to get something out of it. Trick about it though is asking the same questions may end up doing damage to you.
I will release a breath. Not hold. Realize I was holding and nodding to myself. I will walk over to the relic, drop the bag of holding on it, and scoop it up to hopefully close the connection.
All right, and you feel a bit of blood trickle out from one of your nostrils afterwards as you sever your connection to it. Right?
And then I'll drop Leo Lemon's tiny hut and try to seek
Okay.
out everybody else.
Okay, you leave the hut and you make your way back to the party. Very well. Okay. All right. All right. So the pressure lightens up. All those tendrils of guidance are gone, and you make your way back to wherever the party is. Be probably around here somewhere. If y'all are hanging out there eating from the vendors. Here's the fan, Taven.
That's sweet looking.
So by tomorrow evening, you'll be able to go pick that up. So I figured I'd give you so you can read the stats on it while you're waiting to get it.
Cool.
Would have been far more expensive if you didn't bring him the core. You would have to pay, like, the thing is, for just to explain, you'd have to, the part of the money paying somebody like him or any kind of smith for something like that, like a myconid core, you have to pay an adventurer to go to wherever the myconids are and kill one and take the core, and you have to pay the adventurer to do all that. But in this case, you were that person, so most of the cost of the weapon doesn't have to go into that. So good for you.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a sick weapon.
Yeah, like most people, you'd have to like pay them a whole quest reward money to do it and all that. So good for you.
Nice.
It is a nice weapon. It's got cool properties, neat abilities. I think there's one ability that triggers when you go below half health. Should help you stay alive a bit longer. If I'm not mistaken, should be on there somewhere. All right, cool. Cool deal. So you guys meet back up with Taven and Fazir. What's the plan now? You guys are hanging out?
We're going to go to the dock place.
Oh dang, you guys are gonna try to go to the...
Yeah. I left the smithery to immediately go there, and Lan joined me.
Lan's going with you? Okay. Cool deal.
We go try it.
Toddville Hollow? Right? The Black Marketplace?
Yep, that's where we going.
Well, it's good to go at night, for obvious reasons. But yeah, sure. You'll have to wait until around 8 p.m. or so. But that'll be in maybe 2 hours. So you only have to wait a couple hours. You have plenty of time to go down to the docks and wait for a shift change, so you can go underneath the docks and into the area where the invisibly painted door is.
So I'm gonna ask a real dumb question.
No such thing.
Well, in this case, it might be. So would it be easier if Lan and I just dove into the water and swam under the dock? Because there's obvious reasons why I'm asking, but...
Well, there's multiple ways to get in. You don't have to go through there, but there is an area where you can you can swim to get in. Are you trying to like just like avoid detection, like Navy SEAL
Yep.
style?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do it that way, you can. That way you don't have to
I'm
wait
gonna-
for a shift change.
All right, I'm gonna look at Lan and say, "How good are you at holding your breath?"
Well, it's been a while since I've done that in training. Guess we'll find out the hard way if I suck or not.
The tides near the docks aren't quite as bad, which is good. But yeah, you guys can do that if you want.
Actually, before we get our Navy SEAL on,
Actually, I've got a better.
okay. So, Lan wants to try and look around after Taven is explaining where we're going. Lan wants to look around and see if there's anything in Thieves' Cant that possibly are like subtle directions to the hell's this place called? God damn it, I just wrote it down. Tidevale Hollow.
Okay, perception check.
$16 on perception.
Yeah, you do see some. You do see some thieves' camp markers indicating a dark network, or not dark network, black network. A hidden entrance other than the so you don't have to do the blood signature.
All right, then Lan is gonna put his hand on Taven's shoulder after he looks around for a minute. He's gonna say, well, I have a secondary option for us. Now, if you really want to go swimming, I am more than ready to get my seal on and follow you into the water. However, if we both want to stay dry, which I kind of do want to do right now, I believe I can lead us to a different entrance to the Tidevale Hollow.
Well, I mean, really, it's up to you. I have the ability to cause air bubbles, so we can swim underwater and not have to worry about suffocating.
Let's keep that as a backup. Let's try and keep our resources as handy as possible. Let's try the above water method first, if you don't mind.
Very well. Lead the way.
All right, and then Lan is gonna try and start following the Thieves' Cant directions towards this secondary entrance. Hopefully, secondary entrance.
Okay. All right. So you begin making your way across, and it's a sort of like a breadcrumb trail of Thieves' Cant messages that sort of indicate mark it this way, mark it that way. You know, so many steps this way. So you keep encountering them, and it actually leads you out to the head of the dock that leads out to the bender at the Shimmering Water place, the Temple of the Tides. This place. So as you cross the bridge, you're seeing the thieves' camp marks. As you walk really far away from the docks, by the way. You look behind the statue just as you reach the end of the walkway, and it leads down. There's a staircase that leads down to where there's like a platform behind the waterfalls, and there is an entryway behind one of the waterfalls, and it looks like it's leading you there. So it takes you roughly an hour, roughly 45 minutes to actually find this, because you have to walk all the way across the bridge to get out there.
Lan is gonna kind of slow his walking as he approaches, and he's gonna kind of glance sidelong at Taven and say, well, according to the markings, the entrance is right over there underneath one of the waterfalls. It's kind of interesting that it would be below such a sacred place. And Lan is trying to express like genuine, like, this is actually pretty funny and interesting, not trying to be like a smart ass or, you know, trying to raise any susness, at least not yet anyways.
This is the same Temple of the Tides in which I initially learned waterbending, yes?
Yes. As a matter of fact, you see Alara. See what she's doing right now. No, not Alara. Ilyana. You see Ilyana meditating out on sort of a little bit in away from on one of the balancing stones that she took you to sort of feel the connection between yourself and the water. You see her sort of floating Indian style with her legs crossed, just sort of floating above the central pillar of rock, but that is roughly 50 feet or 60 feet away from the central Temple of Tides hub that she manages. So she seems to be in a stasis of sorts with this sort of spiral of water that's spiraling up the central stone pillar and slowly just revolving around her.
Taven, being a smart aleck the way that he is, he will get into waterbending stance and begin to manipulate the water and cause it to rise into a pillar about 20 feet.
Nice. Okay. The water where exactly?
That's right beside her. So the ones that are just in the pool there, I'll just have it start rising like a big wall of water.
Okay. So not the water that's that she has coalescing beneath her and
No.
spiraling around her, just the water sort of. How far away would it be from her? Maybe like 20 feet or so? Or...
Yeah, thereabouts.
Okay. Okay, she opens up, one of her eyes open up and she sort of glances over at this pillar of water that is splashed up. And then you see that the water around her, the water that's around her begins to stop spiraling slowly and fall down back into the sea. And she extends her feet and gracefully lands on the stone. And then puts her rests her hands behind her lower back. And then she begins to look around and scan the area for who did that.
Taven will begin to approach as he commands the water to return back into the pool.
She scans and scans, and then she sees you. And she looks a little relieved. She's like, "Ah, Haven, I see your connection with the water has grown.
Indeed.
That was quite impressive."
Thank you, my lady. So we're here for, well, I'm here for two reasons. One being, and he pulls out the water that she gave him initially. I believe you stated when I could feel my connection with the water, I needed to bring this back. So here I am returning it to you.
She jumps over from the pillar of rock she's standing on down to the sort of the platform where you're standing, and like where you're standing on the outside of the temple there, and she looks. It seems to have served you well.
Indeed.
She extends her hand and takes it back. Well, it doesn't seem like you'll be needing it anymore.
No, I believe that I am slowly mastering the element of water.
I see. Well, you seem to be getting adept at it. I'm not sure there's any much more that I could possibly teach you. Is that the reason you've come?
One of the reasons, yes. And Taven will look back at Lan and kind of give him a help me look.
Lan will kind of blink for a second and then kind of shake his head and step forward and bow and say, Master Ileana, we are seeking an entrance to the Tidevale Hollow, and the thieves' cant language that I learned as a youngster is most of the little urchins and learn as they're younger points. Says the entrance is, as a matter of fact, it says it's here, and he'll point at the specific waterfall that the entrance is supposedly behind, and he'll point right to it and say, as a matter of fact, according to the markings, it's right there. So with your permission, we would like to use said entrance to enter the hollows.
She looks and sort of tilts her head to the side. Well, the hollow is just one of many ways to disappear in Brinehold. He looks over to the waterfall that the entrance is hidden behind. Yes, a passage exists, and yes, it leads to where you think it does. But I do not open it lightly. Tidevale Hollow is a place of shadows and debts where water is as treacherous as the people who call it home. If you seek it, know this. You cannot wade into the hollow, you must be willing to sink. She nods. However, I can open the way by splitting the waterfall if you wish.
That would be much appreciated.
Okay. She walks down the stairs over to the waterfall itself, and she reaches out her hand, She touches the falling water, and it begins to bend aside enough to reveal a narrow stone passageway. She looks and says, "Beyond here, you will find what you seek, but be careful. Tideville does not forgive the careless, nor does it shelter the weak, so be on your guard."
Lan will nod his head and say, "I thank you for showing us the entrance." And he'll look back at Taven and nod, and then Lan will proceed into the entrance.
Taven will follow Lan and respectfully nod to Ileana.
He nods. "Don't get killed, but if you do have to escape, you can safely, of course, find harbor in my temple. Remember, neutral zone." And as you guys walk in, she will release bending on the waterfall, and you see that it just begins to fall again, completely shrouding the entrance in this fast-moving body of water. And I suppose you all move, or well, you two, because I think it's just you two, move into the Tideville Hollow, or begin to make your way down there. As I think it's our break time.
Correct.
All right. So as these two are making their way to the Tideville Hollow, let's take our break, and then we'll cut to what the rest of the party is doing for the meantime while they walk down there.
Copy that.
All right. Are we all ready? Sienna?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Alright, so before we get to Toddville Hollow, what are the rest of you doing while these two are gone?
What time is it?
I'd say about 7:30 p.m., 8 p.m., just about.
I'd say eating and drinking, and blissfully unaware of this mission happening, eating and drinking at the festival area, vendors area. Is what Aspen's doing until it's like late, and then gonna go to bed at the Salty Siren type of thing.
I'm gonna say Forcuppa would stay with Aspen, but she has like her little notebook or paper thing. She's sketching out ideas for things that she's thought of on their little adventures so far, but just kind of more like the sober friend that's keeping track of the drunk friend that might cause some shenanigans kind of vibe.
We're gonna talk to.
Forcuppa's gonna sound like, I'm down for it if you guys want to switch. If you want to take his booth, then he gets the returning weapon thing. But I'm fine with that if you guys want to. But yeah, when they come back in like what 10 minutes that we think they're gonna be, because we have no idea where they're going. Like, yeah, sure, we'll discuss it.
Alright, so you guys are just kind of really just relaxing after the
Bullshitting,
adventure.
Relaxing, yeah.
Yeah, at least Aspen and Forcuppa are just kind of chewing this shit and kind of chilling until tomorrow, because we figured between the two of us, we didn't think anything else was going to happen today. Yeah. Unless somebody else tells us, like, hey, we're going to go do this thing, we'll just be chilling. Other people are welcome to join if they want, but right now, just the two of us so far.
I'd say Sienna would join in with that.
Okay.
Ezekiel isn't doing anything better, so he will join as well.
Okay, so y'all are pretty much just hanging out.
Thanks, Ezekiel, for making the, well, I don't have any other better options choice.
Right.
You're so welcome.
Alright, so in that case, we cut back to Lan and Taven. Alright then. You guys begin to make your way through the stone passageways.
As we're moving through, Lan is going to take out his dagger and start marking every time they like take a turn left or right to try and essentially lead a breadcrumb trail in case they need to get out in a hurry.
Sure. Very well.
And as we are walking, Taven will continuously use his seismic sense, which is his ability, to see if he can detect creatures as he's walking.
Okay. So you stay in tune to your senses, sense for vibrations as you make your way through. And as you descend through the winding tunnels beneath the Temple of the Tides, the sound of rushing water fades, of course, as you leave. It's replaced by this distant hum of voices, the creak of wood, and the occasional burst of raucous laughter. And somewhere the muffled cry of a deal gone wrong. The air grows thick, tinged with the scent of brine, smoke, and a faint metallic bite of blood. The hollow has its own atmosphere, dense, heavy, like the weight of too many secrets pressing down at once. It does not welcome visitors, it watches them. Then the tunnel opens. The world beyond the passage is not a cavern. Let's see. It is a city beneath a city. A sunken world, thriving in the dark. Staggered wooden walkways and stone platforms form an even, sprawling district, nestled into the bones of a half-flooded ruin. Shacks and repurposed ship hulls, and ancient stone buildings overtaken by time serve as homes, taverns, and gambling dens, and black market storefronts. Dim lanterns and arcane braziers flicker with blue-green flames, casting long shadows against the damp stone walls covered in old, half-erased sigils. The hollow breathes, alive in its own way, a tangled knot of alleys, canals, and hidden doors. Overhead, stalactites the size of ship masts drip with condensation, adding a steady, rhythmic blip, blip, blip sound to an ever-present murmur of deals and deception. Somewhere deep in the hollow, a bell tolls. The meaning is unclear. No one reacts, and the noise carries on. The people here do not move like surface dwellers. They glide. They slink. They pass between shadows, exchanging looks, slipping hands into the pockets that are not their own. Faces are half covered, scarves, hoods, masks. Only the truly confident go without them. But even the ones who seem at ease never fully let their guard down. There's an unspoken rule here. Every step you take is on borrowed ground. A hunched, one-eyed goblin limps by you as you make your way across the walkways, the wood creaking below your feet. He's tugging a miniature chest with legs behind him by a chain. You look over another individual crossing just parallel to you. A hooded tiefling whispers in hushed tones to a human with this mechanical arm. The clink of coin exchanging hands almost too fast to see. A woman in a flowing coat laughs as she throws a knife at a dartboard. Except the board is the back of a bound man's head. He flinches, but doesn't protest. You guys feel eyes upon you, not overly hostile, but calculating. New blood in the hollow always draws attention, it seems. Beyond the wooden walkways and stone streets, the true foundation of the hollow lies half submerged. Water laps at the edges of the streets, flooded corridors lead to unknown depths, and boats as small as dinghies and as large as stolen galleons float at rest, tethered to dock posts fashioned from the old rusted anchor chains. Below the surface, movement stirs. Shapes shift in the dark, some natural, others not. No one looks too long at what lurks below. Many ignore it altogether. A canal runs through part of the hollow, separating sections of the market. The water here is black and deep, reflecting torchlight like shattered glass. Rumors say the water does not always stay still. Some claim it carries whispers itself. Others say if you drop a coin in, someone somewhere will owe you a favor. What do you wish to do?
Um,
Haven will begin to scan the area to see if he can see any trace of the lady we're looking for.
Lan.
Madam,
Sorry,
Madam
go
Salt,
ahead.
I assume. You're looking for Madam Salt?
Yep.
Okay, Lan, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. Would Lan, even though he's a newcomer to the Hollow, would he know? I guess. Would he know of at least like the rules, or have a vague sense of the rules? Like, were they ever talked about within the Veiled Mandate as he was growing and being trained?
You know of, I wouldn't say you know of this place specifically, but you would have been given, um, you would have been told the rules by the guy that Taven spoke to. Taven probably would have shared this with you on the way down.
Okay.
So basically, coin is the only sort of truth down here.
Okay.
If you're cheated, you should have been smarter. A knife in the back is only a crime if they missed. And you are only as safe as your reputation. If you ask for something dangerous, don't flinch when the price is named.
So, with that being said, before Lan and Taven kind of stepped out into the, I guess, the hollow proper, the wider area, Lan will have stopped and kind of put his hand out to stop Taven. Lan would have pulled up his mask to hide his identity, and then he would have pulled out just a plain black cloth out of his bag and given it to Taven and said, well, I know you're not afraid of anyone, at least from what I've seen. It's better, at least for now, if we try and keep our identities hidden as much as we can. And I'll hold the mask out to Taven.
Agreed. And Taven then will take off his rank insignia for his military rank and put it in his pouch.
Very well.
Probably and he will put on cloth.
Okay.
Ninja style.
All right. So you sort of mask your identities as you sort of get the sense that it literally almost everyone else is down here. Okay. So you're making your way and searching out. So you're seeking Madam Salt as you move through the winding streets of Cloudvale Hollow. The weight of its unspoken rules press down with every step. Vendors call out in these hushed tones, offering wares that should not exist. As you pass by them, the scent of burnt incense and salt water thickens as the air. But when you push deeper into the underbelly of the hollow, then you hear this ambient noise. Distant echoes of deals and deception fade as you seemingly have passed into a domain. You see this visage of a solid white lady. The entrance is not marked. There is no sign, no calling card, only a narrow archway carved into a damp black stone draped with thin spectral fabric that moves as if touched by a breeze that does not exist. The passage beyond is lit only by an eerie pale blue lantern. And many other lanterns light up as you get closer, their glow flickering like an underwater fire. The space beyond is neither a shop nor a throne room. It is a reliquary of forgotten things. Shelves carved into the rock are lined with ancient salt-crusted tomes, rusted weapons, bottles of liquid that shift colors when no one is looking. In the dimness, arcane sigils flicker in and out of existence along with the walls, shifting like reflections on the water. The very air hums with magic. Not loud, not overwhelming, but ever present, like the pull of an unseen current of water. And somewhere faintly, a bell chimes. And then, she is there. She does not walk. She does not emerge. She simply is. As if she had always been in the room, watching, waiting. A figure draped in pale robes, embroidered with symbols that do not remain still. Let's see. Her veil obscures all but her mouth, lips unmoving, though her presence is unmistakable. The room darkens slightly, though no light has gone out. The air cools, scent of salt sharpening. A voice echoes out from her direction. You bring weapons to the deep, hoping they will not drown. You wish to make them more. Tell me, do you truly understand what you're asking for? And the air shifts around you, like unseen hands brushing against your shoulders. You're not just standing in a room, you feel. You're in some domain, a space that is listening to you. What do you wish to do as she greets you in this way?
Taven will intently look at her and pull out both his eyes. And says, I absolutely understand.
The air stills after you speak, and the faint rhythmic chiming of unseen bells echoes softly around the chamber. Madame Salt does not move forward. She does not reach for the weapons at all. Instead, the room itself seems to tighten, as if the space and time momentarily fold around the size. I guess it would be twin psi, wouldn't it? I don't know. Plural. Anyways, then, without touching them, she says, you hold weapons of discipline, of balance, meant to strike, meant to control. But you're asking for something more. What do you offer in return?
Taven will take his gold pieces and set them on the floor.
Well, before offering your mortal coin, I am asking you, is there anything you are wishing for these weapons of discipline to become? Do you have anything specifically you wish for them to do?
The things that I request: stronger damage or elemental damage, and when they're thrown, they return back to me.
I see. You want to be able to throw them and for them to recall back to your grip, I see. And you would like to do, of course, inflict additional pain upon your foes. Is that my correct understanding or not?
You are correct.
Okay. She's silent for a moment. Slowly, she tilts her veiled head. These weapons. I can easily do for you. But, the cost. Well, that is something we must discuss. I do, not sure I want your gold. Perhaps something more important to me than gold.
David
I
will
will.
slowly kneel down while keeping eye contact and pick up his patch of gold and put it back on his belt. Then slowly rise back up.
Okay. For this would be 4 simple things. Well, simple for me, but for those of the mortal coil, quite a heavy price. This, spectral hand floats over with a contract and sort of flops down in front of you, and you're able to read it for yourself. Choose among these, and I can grant you the enhancements you wish. Any one of these 4 prices will do.
Can Lan read the contract as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now this is for his weapon, so the madam's price changes based on what you're asking her to do, essentially. So this is what she's asking of Taven.
Okay. Lan will just kind of hesitantly reach out and point to the last price, and then he'll look at Taven and he'll just nod slowly, and then he'll put his hand down.
Taven will look over at Lan. Understanding his look, will point at the bottom choice.
Are you choosing the blood of an ally?
Yes.
Her veil tilts slightly towards Lan. A shared tide. It is. She doesn't sound surprised. If anything, there is sort of a slow, almost amused weight to her face, like a distant crash of waves against stone. One does not often find another willing to take the weight of the tide upon their shoulders for a friend. Your thighs hover in the air when she finishes the sentence and begin to float towards her. They pulse faintly, as if sensing the nature of the bargain. When the tide returns, it does not ask for permission, it takes. You will know when the sea comes for what is owed. Pray that when it does, you do not drown together. As the sighs begin to... or she raises a hand. A thin, pale, gloved hand. She doesn't touch them, yet you feel something shift. A moment of weightlessness as the water around them had receded. Then crashes back into place. The twin sighs stop pulsing. And their transformation is complete. They hover for a second longer, and then they drop into Taven's hands. And as they fall into your hands, they're a little heavier, colder, as if infused with something more than metal. Something that remembers. Something that will one day collect. And both of you hear the distant sound of a wave rolling towards the shore. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. And when it does, the ocean will not forget. The price has been set, and the sea will come for it. Jonas, who is still there, I almost forgot, on Lance's shoulder, he says, "Oh, this is going to end beautifully. Nothing ever goes wrong with mysterious depths to eldritch salt witches. Not at all." Okay.
Taven will look over and give him a sharp glance. Then he'll look over at Lan and nod.
Lan will, while keeping his eyes on Madame Salt, Lan will just tilt his head enough to where Jonas can tell that he's talking to him, and will just say, can we not try to offend the who knows how powerful being standing in front of us? If you don't have anything nice to say, then maybe you should just chill out in my bag until we're out of the hollow.
He sort of repositions himself like on your shoulder and makes himself comfortable. Yeah, you're probably. I don't think she. You think she can hear me? Yeah, maybe she can. I'll just shut up.
And Lan will just nod at that, and he'll wait for Taven to conclude his business with Madame Salt before he tries to talk to her.
So Madame Salt is still there. So, I am sure this weapon will serve you well. Is that really all you came to my domain for?
Unless you can teach the elements. Then for now, this is all I ask. But is it possible for you to teach any of the elements?
See. She's silent at this question. The blue light flickers around, not in color, but as like in weight, as if the air around the flame has changed. You seek to command what the world itself barely understands. She tilts her head slightly. The tides obey the pull of the moon. Fire bows to nothing, and the wind sings where it pleases. And the stone does not move unless it's made to move. Each helmet has its own voice. I am familiar with the inner workings of what you mortals call the vein. I do know the secrets of the elements, but I will not teach any of them lightly. I understand what you call bending, but I am not a mortal bender myself, which I'm sure is obvious. I can lend you knowledge at another cost. But that is about the extent of my power, we'll say.
What kind of knowledge?
What kind of knowledge? The flickering green glow, blue-green glow in the chamber shifts. The kind that bends you before you can learn to bend it. There are three things that are within my ability to bestow upon you, for a price, of course. The knowledge of the Forgotten Masters, which means they were techniques abandoned or sealed away or destroyed because they were too powerful or too dangerous. I know where their remnants linger. I know the knowledge of the elements unseen. There are ways to manipulate the elements that do not follow conventional training and move in ways people don't expect them to. Known as the element of the space between. And then, of course, there is a fifth element. It's not fire, nor water, nor air or earth. Something deeper, something that all four fear and obey. But you see, I will not teach you this for free.
Are you speaking about the spirit world?
No, of course not. The vein does not reach into the spirit world.
Very well.
So I ask you, what are you willing to know? Because some doors will not close once you've opened them.
Teach me this fifth
Something moves around Madam Salt. It's an unseen tide of the hollow, like an ebb in reality itself. Then you will learn, but not from me. You will learn from what waits. This is not the mastery of one element. It is a thread that binds them all together. It does not fight, but it commands. This is something you must experience. You must feel and be changed by it. I can guide you to it.
Do it.
She does not smile or scowl, she simply waits. Well, I suppose it would be fair to bestow a cost upon you that which you could once again choose yourself.
Fair enough.
A spectral hand goes to the ancient contract and changes it. Now you should have different options. Pay this price and I will show you the way, but not teach you the fifth element directly.
Hmm. And David will look over the contract. And he'll point to the last option.
Okay? The hollow does not stir, the air doesn't change, and yet the weight of the choice settles onto your shoulders like a deep pool of an unseen tide. Madam Salt says, so be it. The tide will come. The sea will call. And when it does, you will answer. There is no mark on your skin, no sign that anything has changed, and yet something has. A bell chimes in the distance, though no one appears to have rung it. Raises a single hand and says, the water droplet, or well, she says, the path is open. Step forward or turn away.
David will step forward.
Okay, you step forward through the veil, and you immediately learn of a zone known as the Silent Monolith. You are to go to the Silent Monolith, deep beneath the shimmering waters. There, you will see what element commands the other four. So you step in and you actually gain immediate, like a vision, sort of a dreamscape that appears around you as she explains. That explains what the Silent Monolith is. Paired with this come whispers in warning form. Let's see. Right. And that handout will be made available to you soon, but it is slowly unraveling in front of you, and then the veil is shut, and you are back in you are still there within her domain, as Madame Salt just sort of floats there.
Taven will respectfully bow his head in gratitude, and he will turn towards Lan and put his hand on his shoulder and says, "We need to make haste for the shimmering waters."
Lan will nod his head, and then he'll turn back to Madame Salt, and he will say, "Well, I will try and make this quick then." And he will ask. He's gonna ask for two things, and he'll do one at a time. So the first is he will describe the map that we found, and describe how it's missing a piece, and he will ask if she has that piece of the map.
This would be. Is this okay? So this would be the piece of map that came from. Um. Let's see. Because there's been map. Is the map fragment from the chest?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay. Let's see. So are you asking her to complete the map? Is that kind of what you're asking, or are you just asking her if she has other pieces of the map?
Yeah, but now that I think about it, I don't know if Lan would know that there's a missing piece, because he may have seen, like, he may have glanced at the map, as we were recovering it, but he wasn't with Aspen when she had the description of, yeah, this map is missing something. If you complete it, it should lead you to this treasure trove. So I actually don't think it would be fair if Lan tries to complete it, because he technically doesn't know.
Yeah, you don't have it on you.
Okay. So then we'll go scratch that, and the only other request that I can think of is he will look at Madame Salt and say, I'm looking for devices of magic that will allow me to communicate with my friends over, let's say, a reasonable distance. The devices are usually worn, and then he will describe essentially the earrings that we had, that the princess will gave us, minus the whole, he will emphasize that only the people that he gifts them to are able to essentially be part of the call.
So as your words fade into the air, you ask for tools of connection, devices that bind voices across distance. Curious. Do you seek to be heard, or do you seek to listen?
I seek both.
Well, this is probably something you can find out there in one of the vendors. Communication is not a power, it is convenience. Although, if you want something more permanent, I can offer you an alternative. Something unusual. Something just for you. Something that will connect your mind to your friends. But it would also share your thoughts and theirs with you. That includes the thoughts that do not want to be heard. I can do something of this manner. However, I would strongly suggest, if you're looking for something of the magic item variety, something you could buy with coin, out there in the black market, a vendor should be able to accommodate you. It is rather mundane to me, what you are asking. So if you wish for trinkets, others will indulge you, as she motions to the exit to her domain. If you wish for something more, then you must be prepared to lose something in return. That is how it works.
Lan will... he'll just kind of smile one corner of his mouth, so almost a smirk, but not quite. And he will say, very well. And he'll bow respectfully, and then he'll look at Taven and nod, and he will turn to exit the shop, for lack of a better word.
Okay. So do you both leave?
I believe so, yes.
I will follow Lan out, and as we are walking, we'll slowly let him in on what I hope to discover beneath the shimmering waters.
So yeah, he describes the silent monolith to you, what he saw and the knowledge she bestowed upon him. That includes how to get there. But once you get there, it's totally up to you.
Lan will just nod along as Taven is describing what he saw. And when Taven finishes, Lan will look at him and say, "Oh, I will help you get there. Sounds like fun, if I'm being honest." And he'll kind of smile at that.
different. It's a change of pace, to say the least. Although I can't help to feel that I may have sold both of our souls to the devil.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, my soul hasn't been my own for a long time.
I neither. I guess if we're gonna be damned, let's be damned together.
Lan will reach out to forearm clasp Taven and shake his hand.
David will return the gesture and motion for Lan to lead the way out, and after you.
And Lan will start making his way back towards the exit. And he'll kind of glance around at the vendors. And he'll think for a second. And he'll say to himself, I'm going to see if Forkuppa can make these first. Before I buy it down here. And then Lan will pick up his pace and try and follow his markings back out of the hollow.
Are you both leaving the hollow altogether?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, so as you leave, you make your way through, and on your way up the stone walkway that leads up to the Temple of the Tides, Jonas kind of mutters under his breath. Right, so that was completely unsettling. Didn't even have to make a deal, and I feel like I owe her something just for being there. So, what's next? Are we going to go find those trinkets, or are we getting out of this hole before we wake up from with new nightmares?
Oh, trust me, the new nightmares are coming whether we made a deal or not. Let's go find our friends and have a drink or 5.
Okay, so you guys leave the Temple of the Tides. You make your way through the waterfall. And I'm sure you just pass Ilyana, don't even talk to her, just go back to the party. Not like not like she would have anything to say, but
we'll just, again, nod our thanks, and Lan will just say, we may be back, and he'll just smile and keep walking.
Alright, so you guys make your way through the tunnels, and the air grows less heavy as you put distance between yourselves and the heart of the Tideville Hollow. The sounds of the black market fade, and the quiet dealings, the whispered threats, and the clink of coins and knives in the dark. Cruel, crisp sound of rushing water is apparent, and then you emerge from the secret passage behind the waterfall. The roar of the cascading water drowns out all other sound for a moment. It's kind of cleansing in a way. It's a return to something real, something tangible, and yet both of you cannot shake the feeling that you're being watched. You make your way through the streets of Brunhold, leaving behind the hidden underbelly of the city. That is not just the sewer, that you've learned. The city above is still alive with motion. Sailors are loading cargo, merchants haggling over trade, street performers doing their thing, drawing in small crowds, as if they have no idea what lingers beneath. Perhaps it's better that way. Jonas says, never thought I'd be happy to hear the sound of overpriced street food and drunk sailors again, but here we are. Alright, you two, what's the verdict? Are we keeping our souls intact, or do we need to start checking for new curses?
Well, I'm sure the curse will come at some point in the future. It could be 10 seconds from now. It could be 100 years from now. Who knows? But yeah, right now we're going to meet back up with our friends and have a drink. Or many drinks. Because while it was interesting down there, I don't know what the fuck that was. And Lan, as he says that, will just kind of shake his head in bewilderment and just keep walking.
All right. You make your way back to the party, and you meet up with them after a few hours or a couple hours of being down there and out at the Temple of the Tides. Okay. So you're all back together.
David will approach the bar and will drop down 100 gold and said, "Bring them out." And we're going to point to the table that Lan and I are going to be at.
Well, say no more. And unless you want to point out what exactly you want me to bring, the waiter says.
A lot of it.
A lot of it. Very well. And he rushes off to go fill up many tankards.
And Lan will just look at Taven and go, I still don't think it's going to be enough to wash away whatever weird shit we saw down there. And then he'll go sit down at the table with the rest of the party and wait for the drinks to come.
David will sit down next to him and say, "I 100% agree, but at least we can pretend it does."
Okay, you get a mix. You get a variety of Stormbrew Ale and Seafoam cocktails.
Double fisting.
Same.
Very well. So the rest of you have been out here just hanging out while they've been doing their thing. They kind of look a little strange to you all, as if maybe they've seen a ghost. No pun intended.
Got bust a spirit.
Did Caldervoss meet you guys and almost kick your asses again?
I would say that, well, to be honest, I think the spirit busted us. And,
Consensually?
Inky.
I'm still trying to figure that out. And, no, Caldervoss wasn't there, which is surprising because it seems like he'd fit right in down there, the fucker. And then Lan will just
Phrasing.
keep,
Land down under.
Phrasing, my guy.
Down there as in the land down under.
yeah.
So what did you guys do down there that caused you such a visceral reaction like this? I mean, yeah, spirit busted you, but
Taven
that'll
will
look
begin
real weird.
explain what happened and tell the party that we need to make haste to the Shimmering Waters.
Like right now with haste or after the Colosseum fight with haste?
in sooner rather than later. We can do the Coliseum, but we need to leave as soon as that. It can't be delayed much more than that.
How soon is the Coliseum thing happening? Like in how many days?
Let me check.
Right.
Because if we have enough time before the Coliseum, we can just go and do that.
Pretty sure the Shimmering Waters are pretty far south.
Shimmering Waters are a long way, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh.
I mean, in terms of, you wouldn't be able to, if you leave now, you'd miss the tournament.
Yeah, that's right next to where I'm from. So that's quite a ways.
Well, then
That's true.
I guess my
That is true.
question is mute then. So
I still hear you.
That is true, at least. That is true. You do have a native where you need to go to get there, at least. So that's good. You do have Fizir with you. I think it actually is tomorrow. Yes. That's why it's so bustling and there's an uproar in the Coliseum now, like with the games that are going on, and a few of the matches are actually taking place in there.
I have a suggestion for our group name. Snack and Slay.
The Slay and Snacks.
Slay and Snacks.
Snack and Slay, yeah. I like it, since we never actually came up with the name in the week that we had to come up with it. The Snack and Slay. Snackers and Slayers.
In between drinks, Lan will say, "Snack and slay. I dig it."
Oh, speaking of Slay, just want to say, I am sorry for not being a good team player and getting us into a combat that y'all did not win. But I also think y'all owe me an apology for that not being that hard of a coffee. For us being actually able to do that.
My apology was pushing you out of the way from getting eaten. You're welcome.
Tim, thank you. And I'm sorry. I'm so confused.
Lan will say, "My apology was attempting to pick you up and move you further away, so you're welcome."
If everybody was gonna run, I was gonna vortex warp her across the room. Not towards the bad guy, mind you, like safety.
And being an acid cop, I may have either one made him stronger or two poisoned him. It's worth a shot either way, if it happened that way. I like Ezekiel's idea. We're just Snack and Slays with a little the snack that smiles back. That's fun. That's fun. With the tagline, yeah.
as soon as you said snack and slay, that made me think of that, and so I just had to put that out there.
I mean, we can have that as a tagline.
That the snack that stabs back. That's fun. All right, so tomorrow, well, how long will the tournament last? I guess is also a needed question we need to figure out.
Well, you do learn while you were hanging out that the rules and circumstances have changed. Instead, it will be course of in this particular instance, team events. It will go over the course of a day. Parties of adventurers will clash off against one another, and then the last surviving, or the winning party will face a like a boss enemy, I guess. You'll go up against one treacherous foe in order to claim the claw of Ignivarax from it. So you have to kill the creature and then claim the claw once you've killed the creature.
The claw.
Of course, before the final event, of course you'll be healed you'll be healed and all of your slots restored and so forth before the final match. But in between the matches with the party members, you have to strategically, you have to strategize accordingly.
It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
So is it like a March Madness gauntlet or a gauntlet match from the WWE, or just
Or
Go,
King of
go,
the Hill,
go, go,
everyone
go.
all at once.
It's more or less like a bracket. You'll be placed up against one party, and let's say if you beat them, you'll move on to the next round, and then in that round you'll face a party, and if you win that round, you'll be going on to the final round, where your party will go up against a boss creature, and the other party will go up against a boss creature as well. Whoever kills that boss creature first gets the fang, or the claw.
Okay.
So yeah, you and another party will be trying to kill your own boss creatures. First one who wins gets the claw. But after you kill the creature, you have to climb up the tower to get to where the claw is, and then claim the claw for yourself. So, for example, like if you and the other party are both ascending the tower and both going to the claw at the same time, you do whatever you have to get your hands on it. So you may have to kill them to get it or whatever. The claw! Yep.
Or it's supposed to be a reference to like the Toy Story thing when it's like the little aliens. Or I think you said claw, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, claw.
Lan is going to turn towards Forkuppa and he's going to start asking her about he's probably more than a little drunk at this point, so he's obviously slurring his words, but he's gonna say something like, "Hey, Forkuppa, do you remember the magic earrings that bitch princess gave us?"
Yeah.
Do you think you could make a set of magic earrings so we could whisper and talk to each other?
Is he hitting on you?
Don't think so. Like whispers just to you and me? That doesn't seem very helpful.
No, so I could talk to
You
you.
said just to each other, so.
Well, hold on. So we so we could talk to everybody in the group. I don't want to talk
everybody.
No, I don't want to talk to no fucking strangers. Just everyone at this table.
Is everybody even at the table, or is people gone?
For the sake of this bit, you bet your ass they're all at the table.
What is a bit?
It's
Right?
you bite something. Anyways, could you make something like that?
I'm sure I could come up with something. Sure.
Okay, what do you need from me?
I need you to go get some sleep.
Sleep. I can do that. And then Lan is going to down his last mug of beer, and he'll be like, all right, easy there, Mr. Robot. I'm not going to fall on my face. Whoa, okay, hold on. I may fall on my face. Can you carry me, you giant cyborg, to my room, please?
Ezekiel will just go, and he'll pick up Lan and toss him over his shoulder, and he'll just slowly march up. And once he gets to his room, he'll kind of just toss Lan on the bed, and then he'll walk out of his room and close the door, and be like, "This is why I don't drink."
And as Ezekiel was carrying him away, Lan is going to belch it out and say, good night, everybody. And that'll be the end of Lan's night.
I'm gonna go to the bartender and see if they have a writing utensil. Preferably something that has long-term black ink on it. Or in it.
They have inkwells and quills. Yeah, sure.
Something duller. I don't want to like scratch what I'm going to be writing on.
Let's see.
And like a marker.
Yeah, I would say they would have something like a marker. Yeah, sure.
Like, can I give them like 10 silver and be like, I'll bring this right back?
5 silver.
And by right back, I mean I'll leave like an hour, go do something non-sexual with this, and then bring it right back to you clean. And clear.
They nod. Sure, 5 silver, and that's fine.
You can draw penis on that guy's head. And then I'll kind of like gesture to everybody that's still there. I don't know if Ezekiel's coming back or not, but
I'm making my way down the stairs, yeah.
making my way. I'm gonna
He
go
was like,
over
I have
everything.
been summoned.
He said,
Yeah,
I
I'm
heard
actually
the
gonna ask them
weeb.
up
Let
to
me
our
interject.
room, because I'm pretty sure Lan's unconscious, and I want to do the whole Lehman tiny hut. That way, no one can overhear us, even though we're in a private room, and just go over everything that I learned from the relic. Ask for insight and guidance.
Okay.
Find somebody who's trustworthy and powerful enough to handle it, because I feel like it's a little outside our wheelhouse as far as being able to properly use it without somebody getting hurt or deaded.
But that's the thing, like handing this over to a stranger could just condemn us all. I mean, I could just
That's why
banish
it's
this.
someone trustworthy and powerful.
We don't trust anybody.
But what if it's necessary here on this plane of existence? If it's gone, then we might screw ourselves over in another way. So it was needed for something.
Do I need to do a performance check for the penis drawing?
Yeah, sure. Oh no.
It's not the best penis.
Nah, it'll do.
It'll do.
It's not horrible, but it's comically funny. It works.
And then I'll write him a note that says meet me at the pavilion at sunrise.
Who writing that to?
I'm gonna put it on Lion's side of the bed, like the bedside table,
Okay.
while we just talk about, or while I get opinions on what to do,
Okay,
or what
very
we
well.
should do.
Cool deal. Continue discussing. I'll be listening, but I'm gonna be in the restroom, so I'll be right back.
So this thing sounds like it's negative vibes, and one's
It's not happy.
What if we ask the lady at the spooky water temple? Would she be trustworthy enough to watch over it? We didn't want to hold on to it.
Assume Taven's here. I don't know what vibes she gave off, so if they looked like they saw a ghost, I can't see it being good.
I mean, we trusted her enough to train Taven, so there is that.
Oh, she's talking about Eliana.
Eliana.
Yeah,
She's-
Eliana. That's
She's
who
talking
I was
about Eliana, not Madam Salt.
thinking. No, not Madam Salt.
What time is it right now?
Say 10:30ish, 11.
I mean, I think it would be a good idea to sleep on it and
Get
check
some of
again
this
in the morning
opinion.
and make sure that's what we still want to do, because decisions like this are always good to think about, not make any rational decisions or irrational impulse decisions.
I almost nuked it this morning, so that my irrational decision phase is already gone.
Well, we have options. We can go talk to Eliana and see what she says in the morning. And then another option is we just keep it in the bag of holding and never let it out. And or don't you have the spell now, banishment from leveling up?
I can also destroy this bag and whatever's in it. Theoretically, would not exist within this plane.
If Eliana tells us it's a thing of evil, then we can banish / destroy. Maybe. I don't think she'd probably be awake right now, so we go sleep. Depending on, does the Coliseum tournament start in the morning? Like morning?
No, it's more like mid-afternoon.
Okay, so in the morning we can go talk to Eliana, see what she says about it, and then make a decision from there. And then tournament! And then next day, Shimmering Water!
Like next couple of weeks.
Well, not get there, but start our journey to Shimmering Waters.
I don't have any objections.
Is that okay with? I know you need one to get to Shimmering Waters ASAP. Would a day here be okay? Taven pass out? Along with Leanne?
Probably. Maybe.
I guess that's the plan then.
Then yeah, after the Colosseum fight, or like the day we start the Ginny Beacon, supplies up, and then head out.
Everyone should probably get some sleep then if we're going to be competing in a tournament tomorrow. Sleep's probably going to be a good idea.
Rosa.
Who's this Rosa you speak of?
Sounds like a dog that has extreme anxiety.
So a long rest then, huh?
Yeah. Spending a long rest to read the character sheet, make sure we use all our stuff and the costumes.
Yeah, long rest and reset your stuff. Get half of your maximum hit dice back. If any has been spent at all, that is.
I think with everyone leveling up, it just sort of resets it on its own, sort of, for the most part.
It should when you level, yeah. There's probably, I don't think anybody's taking any damage, so.
Just the bloody nose.
Oh. After the long rest, when Aspen wakes up, she's gonna shake the magic 8 ball and ask if they'll win the tournament.
Do you still have the list of results? Let's see, where's the 8 ball results? I thought we had we do have an item for that. Item, magic item. Where is it?
Power.
I thought we named it something. I swear I think we named it something, but I guess not.
See, I don't know if I ever got like a full handout for what the results are. Or let's see.
I think I can find it. I think it's a D20 anyway, but.
Yeah, I know I roll a D20 for what the results are, but I don't know what.
Okay, that's fine. I think I can find. I'm looking forward here.
Handouts.
I'm looking. Items, handouts. Let's see.
I think Sarah found it.
Found one that has the answers, but
I found something online really quick that had the answers that I can post, but We can just count down for whatever number she got.
Okay.
Me?
Yeah, go ahead and roll it.
13.
According to the chart I had, it says outlook good.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I did count my outlook good. That's what it says.
Okay. Outlook good. You feel luck shine down upon you just like the morning sun in Breinhold.
Gonna go downstairs, eat breakfast, and wait for the rest of the party or forever to show up and or for us to get together so we can. Are we all gonna go to? I already forgot her name. Eliana.
I don't know why we all have such a hard time.
I don't know why I keep forgetting her name. Eliana. Are we all gonna go to Eliana, or are we going to only send a few?
I think a few would be less conspicuous.
I think a few people going to her would be less conspicuous while the rest of us sign us up for the tournament. Or check in whatever we need to do. Confirm that we want to participate.
Do we want to send those that are good at arcane stuff and magic and is knowledgeable about that to Eliana, and then the rest of us can go to the Coliseum to check in?
Whatever you guys want to do. What is the plan? Going to see Eliana with about the artifact, the Corsair thing, the relic.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm already waiting at the food court area or the food pavilion at the arena for land. We don't need that much sleep, so that's pretty good to get a head start on the day.
Yeah, Lan woke up, went downstairs, and paid for a cup of just black, dark coffee, and basically took that and went to meet with Vizier.
Did we know if Eliana's fighting? I'm pretty sure I saw that, or that was discussed like the first time we talked about the tournament at the end of a session. Or she's one of the fighters in the tournament.
She is, yeah. Or no, she's on the leaderboard. She has been a fighter before. She is I think she won 3 tournaments ago or something. Yeah, she's on the leaderboard. There's a leaderboard of champions there.
What time is sunrise?
I'd say
No.
6:30 a.m. or so. It's pretty early. Wait, here, I'd say 8 a.m. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, roughly 8 here in Breinhold in this part of the Forlondian place.
How do you feel, Lamb?
Lan is going to sit down very slowly and just very loudly and obnoxiously sip his coffee as he's looking at Fazir. And then he'll set his coffee down and he'll just keep looking. He'll just keep looking at Fazir and not say anything.
So what did we learn about drinking? As I pat his shoulder and cast prestidigitation.
I learned that I didn't drink enough because I woke up today. So there's that.
Yesterday was that bad, huh?
Someday you may meet Madame Salt, and yeah, I think you'll understand then. Anyways, what did you want to talk about?
Well, we figured since we don't need as much sleep as the other, we can get a jump of the day. Where to go? I'll give him a breakdown of what I learned from the relic the night before as I start I'll motion him towards walking down to where Eliana's place is at. I want to see if we can get her opinion on the matter.
Well, did we want to wait for some of the others to catch up with us? Many minds make light work, or I don't know. I think that's one of the lessons that they tried to teach me.
Oh, since sunrise is at 8, I'm assuming I would have known that, so I would have told you. Is there a bell system or a tolling system or a bell tolling system in this realm? Signify time?
Yeah. There are clocks and things like that, yeah.
Okay, so I'm guessing we all passed out. We probably passed out at 10:30. So I probably started trancing at 11. So 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock by the time you get to the stadium.
Well, if we want to make it easier, Lan definitely didn't trance. He flat out slept like a non-elf. So, if we want to just say that it's been the full 8 hours, so yeah, it's a lot closer to 8 a.m. before Lan showed up to meet with Fazir. We can do that.
Yeah, I would have not waited that long. That's 5 hours of waiting. But then I probably would have just gone and asked Ileana herself, or waited outside just until I saw movement.
So is the party heading to the Temple of the Tides?
I am.
Okay. So just you, or is
Yeah,
everyone else?
Everybody else is going for a full night's rest, and I only need 4 hours.
Oh, so you're going there, or just waiting there until the temple's sort of up for business, and then you're making your way in, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So is the rest of the party gonna meet him there?
I'll just leave a note on the door.
Okay. So long rest. The rest of the party gets the note. And what do the rest of you do? Do you join up with Fazir or no?
Yeah, I would say we all kind of meet together in the room and then head out to the water temple.
Okay. So yeah, it's a bright sunny morning, and you guys make your way through the streets that are obviously a little more bustling than usual with all the traffic and a lot of tourism in the area due to the tournament that is upcoming this afternoon. Excitement in the air, buzzing through the streets as you make your way through past that and to the Temple of the Tides. Um, you hear from within the Colosseum walls. You can already hear a lot of I guess, commotion. You figure maybe people are in there setting things up or whatever it is. But yeah, that's people in there working to get everything set up. It's quite busy in that area as you make your way off to the side, off to where Temple of the Tides are located, which would be out here. Or actually, yeah, it's supposed to be over here, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I don't know why. I had it down here, but I think it's supposed to be here because that's the bridge. Okay. So you make your way across, and you see Eliana sort of on the inside, and she sort of looks. She glances over and notices that you guys are crossing the bridge, and then slowly makes her way out to meet you. She nods. Well, welcome. Quite early. I thought perhaps you all were participating in the tournament.
That's later, but we have some little pressing questions now about something. We still have time for the tournament. It's fine.
Okay, well, you're sitting there. The Temple of Tides is rather quiet too this morning, save for the rhythmic crashing of the water behind it. The scent of salt, heavy in the air, and kind of lingers on your skin and clings to the breath. There are some monk students, or some bender students she has here that are practicing moves or gracefulness. And there's a shift in sort of the energy of the temple. It's like a stillness, like the ocean before a storm, which is normal for this time of the day. Ayana remains at the center, her presence calm and unwavering, but sharp as she acknowledges you. So, she looks at you all and then leaves the center of her students and slowly walks over to greet you. Okay, well, are you looking for advice, or?
Yes.
Don't tell me you're backing out of the tournament. That doesn't seem your way.
You have a place we can talk, like, with some security?
Yes, of course, follow me. And she motions to inside the sort of bauble center of the temple itself, where she first brought you all in to sort of be hospitable. And then she goes past that to like this this area behind the temple, which is like a circular sort of platform area that has a few chairs spread around in a circle and a table in the middle. So it's like this massive round table, and some chairs that are surrounding it. She motions here, and then she continues standing with her arms sort of folded behind her back. Okay, let's about as far away from everyone as you're gonna get.
Probably for sake of brevity, we'll just exposition dump on her about what happened between Land Taven, what I discovered with the relic. Kind of cagey, not like being completely maybe posing it as hypotheticals, just to get her opinion on what she would do, or if she knows anything about like the silent monolith or the relic itself.
You met with Madame Salt. Interesting, very interesting. And undoubtedly she mentioned the silent monolith, which no bender has ever seen. Well, they beyond my master, and the headmasters and grandmasters beyond me, beyond my skill level. And some that are much older than I've talked of it, but there are not many benders around that have mastered the fifth element. So I can't speak to its mysteries. I've been around a while, but I'm still too young, you see. As far as this relic goes, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. There are many relics in Forlonde. Could you perhaps, do you perhaps have it with you?
I do. I'm guessing there's a table close by, but not too close to everybody. Maybe like 15, 20 feet away, meters, whichever. And I'll place it out there. Or I'll empty out my bag of holding and quickly
Okay, so you remove it from the bag and show it to her?
Yeah, it's placing it on the table at a relatively safe distance as I explained to her the properties that I'd discovered.
Okay. All right, so her teal eyes sort of flicker over towards it. She tilts her head, looking at the Corsair relic.
Sorry?
For the first time, you see she stills herself as she stares at it.
Well, at that, I'm going to go and put the bag of holding over it again and close it off once more.
The temple itself, well, you go ahead and put it back in the bag. The temple itself reacts to its presence. The very walls seem to exhale. The air tightening around them, the mist from the waterfall hanging heavier and denser. And a shiver runs through the air. Not cold, but something deeper.
Just
Something ancient.
palpable.
And Ilyana's breath is slow, controlled, but when she speaks, her voice cuts like a blade. Where did you find that?
In a very unpleasant creature.
Her gaze flickers across the party. It lands on Fazir. She's sort of studying your hands and your soul itself, it feels like. Do you not... She looks at the ground for a moment. Do you not feel it? Do you not hear it?
The whispers?
Something... And then you feel a pulse from within the bag of holding.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Eliana?
Something sees it, she says.
Something
And
good or
then
bad?
You all are sitting around, and the first tremor hits you violently against the temple. Taven, on his way across the bridge, you're knocked to your ass from a violent tremble of the earth beneath the sea. It is not an earthquake, not the shifting of stone, something else. The vibrations in the ground are deep, resonant like the groan of a ship's hull right before it splinters. The temple itself shudders. The waterfall behind you all bursts outward, its flow disrupted by an unseen force, and in the distance, across the rumbling bridge, you guys take notice of the Colosseum as it begins to rumble in the distance. Ayanna does not turn. She does not need to see it. She already knows. You have no idea what you've done. And her students freeze, some of them gripping their staves tighter. They
If this
exchange
leaves
wary
this
glances
realm-
at one another.
If
None
this
of them.
leaves this realm, I can leak. Will it stop?
She looks at you. It's too late. You've brought it home. And all of her students feel it. They are trained to move like the tide, but to embrace the balance that it's happening. It's awake. Its presence has awakened it. And then a second tremor. This time not so subtle. The whole city of Brighthold shakes. Distant sound of breaking glass, stone splintering, and panic setting in. And then an explosion of colossal sound. A blinding surge of red-orange energy erupts from the Tidewater Coliseum. A deep, guttural roar of shifting stone bellows through the city, and the monument of Breinhold's glory begins to rise into the sky, snapping from the tethers of the earth it was built in. The bridge between you and the Coliseum snaps and breaks in multiple pieces. Stone crumbles from the sky as the Coliseum is lifted and risen into the air. The banners of the champions ripped into the sky, caught in the impossible ascent. And debris begins to crash down onto the streets, rubble scattering. You hear in the distance people screaming and running. And in the heart of it all, a great, terrible roar echoes from within the floating ruin. Eliana looks around. This is your doing. This is your fault, Vizier. You should have never surfaced that monstrosity, that relic. You've brought it home. A final distant boom echoes across the city. The floating ruin above Breinhold hangs suspended, casting an impossible shadow over the streets below. And the sky itself shudders, as if the very air has begun to break apart.
Well, that's not how I expected that to go.
The city being crushed in parts by debris of the rock and stone breaking loose from the Colosseum as a red-orangish hue shoots up into the sky from the center of the Colosseum, and a tremendous roar can be heard echoing through the sky from the Colosseum as the city descends into panic and chaos. That is where we will end.
Yay! I was trying to be cautious. Woohoo! Fucked everybody. I still want to banish myself now.
Well, one thing you will notice, you put it back in the bag, which put it in a different plane. But it seems as something has happened just by the mere exposure of it at the Temple of Tides. Like perhaps the way it felt as if it sensed something and then it set off a chain reaction of tremors that connected all the way to the Coliseum and awoke something that was sleeping underneath it. At least that's what you're thinking may have happened, but the chain of events, as you replay it through your head this week, that's kind of what happened. Just merely exposing it was all it took.
I kind of want to vomit. Good twist, though.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Well, thank you, sir. That was an amazing job.
Thank you, and yeah, I was just waiting for that. So yeah, yeah, I can't really say too much more without spoiling anything. So we will see what happens next week as you guys attempt to explain this to Soot.
Yeah, right. All right. Well, thank you, sir, and hope everyone has a great night, and we'll see you all next week.
Have a good evening and a good week.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.